Welcome to Valletta for day 8 of the European Cricket Series Malta, and here at the Marsa Sports Club it's a slightly overcast picture, and as you can see the covers are on. We've just had about 15 minutes of light rain, and in the last minute or two the rain has stopped, and I hope that that's going to be a proper stoppage rather than just a pause for breath. What it all means is that the start of match 27 between the Knights and the Warriors is going to be delayed. There's going to be an inspection shortly. Umpires are just going to wait and see whether this next bunch of grey cloud passes over before they commit to getting the covers off. Although the covers are starting to get themselves off in the middle, as you can see. So it just gives us a moment to reflect on where we are in this series, which in the last couple of days has totally opened up in the bottom half of the table. Your broadcasters on European Cricket Network, me, Kit Harris, and alongside me, Rico Full.
Bonjour everybody, bonjour Kit.
And what we can see for sure is that at the top of the table, Atlas UTC Knights, they've got 2 games in hand, both to be played today, including this first one, and they are not only top, but they will remain top whatever happens. So they're through to tomorrow's semi-finals, and still unbeaten in the tournament, Rico. They are fully justified as leaders.
Absolutely, a very, very strong outfit. I mean, we've seen the likes of a strong team in the Crusaders and also in Marsa, who within their right have got talented players, but they just haven't been able to overcome them, and it's been that strength, isn't it? The strength they have in their batting, I feel, more than anything else, that's kept them just slightly above everybody else.
What surprised me slightly is that the Knights have been able to cling on to that position on an artificial pitch here in Valletta that famously, when we look at the international results that have taken place here, when Malta have played at home, has favoured the slow bowlers, whereas the Knights have a rotation of 7 seam bowlers and barely an over of spin has been bowled. Just 1 or 2 from Sam Stanislaus. What's the secret as far as you can tell? Is it just accuracy?
Yes, I think it's just accuracy, but I think also well, let's be honest about it, what they do manage to do is get the runs on the board, and I think when you've got those runs on the board, then the teams that are coming in trying to get them, automatically their mindset has been changed from playing what would probably be their normal game to going out and maybe having a bit of a slog to try and get a good power play in to get close to that target. And the Knights have been very clever and very canny in the way they've used their bowlers. And also, what we must remember is all of these guys know each other, and I think the Knights have just done their homework better.
Well, then in second place we have the Southern Crusaders, and well, they've had a slightly patchy middle period of the tournament. They lost 2 games to the Knights earlier this week, and that just enshrined their position, which is now locked in. Second place in the table. No more games for them to play. They're all done, and they'll be back tomorrow in the semi-finals. Now, the Crusaders, I feel, are just a little like Rico on batting.
Yes, they are. Crusaders, I mean, what they have shown us in the last 2 games, and they've been very good victories against Marsa, is that they've started to get it together. Before then, even though they had a good start to this series, winning those 4 on the spin, they always left it late, didn't they? They struggled, the batting collapsed, and they ended up doing it sort of in the last over and several times off the last ball. But what we saw yesterday was a different side to their game. They've had a look at what they've been doing wrong with the batting lineup and made some changes, and it's worked for them.
And certainly, well, despite their hiccups along the way, they look promising to get through alongside Knights to the final. I suppose that's the lineup we would expect to see in the last game.
I think so, yeah. I mean, but, and there's a big but here, because there's been an extraordinary story, hasn't there, when we look at the team that's sitting in 3rd place at the moment.
Yeah, it's quite remarkable that the overseas lost their first 6 games all on the bounce, and when that happened, there was a good wooden spoon battle between them and the American University of Malta, and then the overseas suddenly found a combination that worked, beating the university twice, and then critically yesterday beating the Mcida Warriors twice to put themselves into third position for now, although they've played all their games. And it was really, I think, Rico, the change in the batting order, don't you?
Definitely so. I mean, myself and UKIP, we kept rambling on, didn't we, in those earlier games with the overseas, just wondering just what the captain Hershey was thinking when he was doing the batting lineup. Fantastic in the field, Hershey, the captain Hershey, making the right calls at the right time. But with the batting, well, we just think his selection was not right at the top. Then all of a sudden, it sort of twigged, and he made some changes. And those changes in those 4 victories that they've had on the spin have made all the difference. And one of them, the main name that comes to mind, is that man Andy Nowdy.
Yeah, wonderful all-rounder. 8 wickets, now past 200 runs for the tournament. And as soon as they put him at the top of the order and gave him licence to hit, that's really been the key, hasn't it, for overseas? He's talismanic all-rounder, but especially important with the bat. Yeah,
especially important. But the other thing you mustn't forget is, you know, when the overseas have been under the thumb a little bit, or under the cosh when it's come to the bowling and the fielding, well, they've given him the ball and he's always got results. Him and the captain, Hershey, he has to take credit as well. Both of them just bowled their little off-spinners, mix it up a bit with the odd leggy here and there. But it's just nice, slow, flighted deliveries which outfox the batsmen. They get the breakthroughs they need and, well, go on to do the job.
Yeah, the top 2 bowlers in the tournament. Hershey with 10 wickets and Nowdy with 8 wickets for overseas. And then they've got 8. So then we come to this, well, today's little tussle. Marsa and Mcida Warriors, both on 7. And as you can tell from that table, they'll both play 2 more games. Those games will be today. And if either team, or indeed both teams, can get to 9, they will be through to the semi-finals tomorrow. So if Marsa win 2 points, they're playing the University of Malta twice, so they've only got to win 1 of those 2 games and they'll be through. And Mcida Warriors are playing the Knights twice, and again they've only got to win 1 of those 2 games and they'll be through. But they could, of course, if we have a complete washout today and the forecast isn't favourable, a point for an abandoned game. A total washout today would give Marsa and Mcida 2 single points for the abandoned games, and then they would still go through. So they can leapfrog overseas, Rico, without even bowling a ball.
Yes, they could do. And, well, I'm sure that many, if not all, of the overseas guys, and a lovely bunch of lads they are as well, will be watching to see what's happening here. Of course, I would imagine overseas would want this first match definitely to go ahead. They'll be hoping that the Knights will continue as they have been and just be too powerful for the Warriors. But, well, the good news is, just looking ahead of us, those covers have come off. So that's a positive sign.
Yeah, and it means that we can get underway at 8:50. So in 12 minutes' time, and the match will be 8 overs aside, as long as the rain just to the south of us stays away. And there does seem to be a little more looming on the horizon, but we won't look behind us where that is. We'll look ahead of us, which is the vista that you can see across the Master Sports Club. So the Warriors facing the Knights in this coming game. If they win the game, they are through to the semi-finals. If they lose it, that just keeps overseas in the hunt. Because of course overseas need to hope that Marsa and Mcida don't get 2 points. And the thrilling bit, of course, is if Marsa and Mcida end the day with 1 extra point from our proceedings, and they will all finish on 8, and it will be a bun fight over net run rate. So if you're an overseas fan, you want Marsa and Mcida at best to lose 1 and have 1 rained off. You can see that that would probably send Marsa through with the best run rate on 8 points, and Mcida Warriors would need to win by about 15 runs, 20 runs or so to the Knights before the rain off. That would do it. Marsa and Emsida, 2 abandonments would get you through, or 1 victory should be sufficient. And then of course propping up the bottom of the table we've got the students, and well, they have promise. I would say 1 standout batsman, 1 standout bowler, Rico.
Yeah, definitely. They have promise. I mean, they have, we should say, they've struggled a bit with availability for various reasons. Right at the start, it was because they had players that were in quarantine. Some of those have come back, but not all. They've also, being the university side, have got a lot of exams also coming up. Some players not available because of that. But one thing that they have done, and they've really, for me, shown the spiritual side of this tournament, the sporting side. They're the team that have come out. They're always been busy, happy, jolly, and just going out there and giving 100%. And they've had some close games. They've only had the 1 victory, but it quite easily could have been 3 again games. One of the really exciting games going down to against the Crusaders. Remember that one where they looked like they were going to win it off the last ball and the bails didn't come off. So they've had a bit of bad luck as well, but they've been very entertaining bunch of guys.
That was the controversial and sad story of the whole tournament, really. There's nothing that anyone could have done about it, just a real freak incident where, because we've got an artificial pitch, the stumps get put into a rubber base, and a run-out would have done it for the University of Malta to beat the Crusaders. The throw came in the very last ball of the innings, and the ball hit the rubber base of the stumps, and the bails didn't come off. Well, just one of those things that happens in cricket, but you feel sorry for the university that they've come so close. But in Zohaib Malik with the bat and Shubham Patel with the ball, they do have cricketers of genuine ability and promise for the future. So, just to reconfirm, an 8 overs a side game, and that will be in 6 minutes time now at 8:50, hitting the Warriors against the UTC Knights. And at the moment the weather is just holding off. I hope, Rico, that the rain radar just shows a little bit of a glimpse of clearness to the south of us. We might just get through the game.
Yes, I mean, at the end of the day, we always have to remember, and this is one thing that I always just say when I was going to umpire a game and the forecast didn't look too good. It is only a forecast, and when you're on an island, as Malta is, and it's quite a breezy, windy day, it can quite easily change. These clouds could be blown a different direction, and we're okay, and we get some cricket in. That's what we're here for. That's what you're all tuning in for wherever you are, whether you're watching via fan code on the sub-Indian continent or by, of course, Sports Flick. You want to watch the cricket? So do we. I know that James Jabez Kantar, one of the European Cricket Network members. Happy birthday to you, James. I know you want to see some cricket. And maybe because it's your birthday, you're probably hoping that it takes you away from nappy changing duties. James, obviously, they've just a new addition to their family, baby Lando. So, yep, hopefully there'll be some cricket for you to watch, James, on your nice day off on your birthday, and for everybody else. The umpires are out. The umpires, Gopal Chaturvedi and Joydeep Roy, they've put the stumps back on.
So 2 days left to go in European Cricket Series here in Malta. We're all set for match 27. The games remaining: Knights versus Warriors first up today. The second game will be Marsa against the American University of Malta. Then this afternoon, the same games in the same sequence will take us through to the death of the league table stage.
Merhaba Malta. Welcome to Malta.
So at last we're underway. It's going to be an 8 overs aside game, and let's go straight down now to the outfield with Stefan Gooch with the coin toss.
Bonjour and good morning and welcome to day 8 of this European Cricket Series here in Malta. Things are firing up, the last day of group matches before big finals day tomorrow, and I tell you what, we've got a massive day of cricket for you here. First up, match 27, we have the Atlas UTC Knights versus the MC the Warriors. Now, the Warriors are 3 from 8. If they can win both their games today, they'll guarantee themselves a place in the semi-final. They've played good cricket, a little bit inconsistent, but we know how good a team they are. The issue is that they're playing against the dominant team of the competition who have won 7 out of 8 games, just looked unbelievably incredible team. They've played some fantastic cricket. We've been very impressed by them. So it's going to be a huge game. The Knights have already booked themselves a place in the semi-final. They did that long ago. Their game's clear at the top of the ladder. So huge first game today. Let's get it going. Atlas UTC Knights are the home team. Our tournament ref Rob Kemming providing the coin. Let's go. Tails is the call.
It's heads.
It's heads. All right. You won the toss, mate. What are you going to do?
We are gonna bat first.
Batting first. Talk me through it.
Yeah. So that ground is dry, so we can ban the batsman will get good rhythm. So and no evidence for any rain or something. So
you think it's an easier deck to bat on first up?
usually we bat first during the game, like if the pitch is not pretty much wet. Now everything is dry, so our batsman can do better.
Okay, what sort of score are you looking to post this morning?
120 plus will be the better score for them, because we both teams are playing like the same strategy or same kind of way we are approaching the game. So we almost a brotherhood team. So this 120 plus will be a decent total against them.
Makes sense. Okay, have a good game. Right, so in the field, what would your decision have been if you had won?
Actually, we wanted to bat first because if they have a top order 2 or 3 batsmen, very good batsmen. So if we get the wicket, we could get a chance to get out of 70 something. So unfortunately, we didn't get the toss. So I am confident with my bowlers. So we know we will get them around 70 runs mark. So.
Yeah, it's a huge game for you guys. Yeah. Bowling first, who are the bowlers that we should be watching in this first innings?
Our main bowler is Basil. He has a very good talent to sink the ball on air, so he will be very good. And unfortunately, our spinner Shalu is not playing today because he has some personal issue. So we will be okay.
Okay, well, good luck. Have a good game. So Atlas UTC Knights have won the toss. They're having a bat.
Well, we've had an interesting moment while we were playing you the toss video. The game has rather unexpectedly started off air with this ball. As you can see straight away, Basil George has been bowled the first ball that he has faced. In fact, it was a single to Sam Stanislaus, the non-striker, to get off the mark. And Basil George was out first ball without scoring. So 1 for 1 after 2 balls. I can only apologise that we didn't broadcast those 2 deliveries for you. Basil Joy now bowling to the number 3, Cyril Matthew. And he's away straight away with runs, a half volley. And in fact, his very first ball of the tournament, he sends for 4.
Lovely shot. Diving effort from the fielder. That's well placed. Feeling very cautious. Gitti Sigi, but chokka ho gaya. Well, the battle of the Basils has been won by Basil Joy, bowling out the hard-hitting Basil George. Just focusing on outside that off stump. Cyril just fishing at it a bit.
Another big hit. They've just saved inside the line. And they come back for the second run. It's going to be a 2-over power play because this match has been reduced to 8 overs per side. In that power play, 2 fielders are allowed outside the circle. For Cyril Matthew, they are at long off and deep mid wicket. And there's the first wide. Certainly feels like a bowling sort of morning. The changes in the batting lineup. Well, Alamin Begum, the number 4, the third highest run scorer for the Knights, has been rested, and Nitin Sunny comes in. He's just had the 1 innings so far in the tournament, the reserve batsman. And then this man, Cyril Matthew, who's now moved to 7 and has got underway with a boundary. He's coming in to make his debut in the European Cricket Series. That's because Nias Mohammed has been left out of the team, having made 6 runs in 3 innings. So I think that's probably a smart couple of changes. At the end of the first of the 8 overs, Knights are 9 for 1.
Yeah, so a good start getting that first wicket, the very important one. See the Warriors be happy with that. And as we see the new bowler just getting himself sorted out. I should say a thank you really to the Federation. And that is to Indika Pereira, the Chairman, Vice Chairman, Michael Guntileka. And the man that's out there now, Cyril Matthews. He's playing his first game. Yesterday they invited us out for a lovely dinner. And Cyril was telling us how keen he was to get in the side, Cyril Matthews. Well, he's in it now, and he reckons he was going to open with a bang. So let's see. He started well so far.
Tom Thomas sharing the new ball at the other end. 3 wickets in the tournament so far. His economy rate is 9. He doesn't do too much with the ball, just plonks it down there or thereabouts. A massive heave across the line, could be caught by Reynolds Paul, and the fielders have had a lovely cuddle taking the catch. Well, it looked for all the world as though that was going to end in collision and disaster, but in the end, not only a good grab, but a touching emotional moment.
Yes, well, they talk about teamwork, don't they? Well, this was a good bit of teamwork. Could have ended up disastrously. But look, I like that. That's a group hug. Well, we give them that one. Maybe they shouldn't have done it, but we give them it. It's just all about the emotions. Another wicket goes down.
Yep. This is a very good start from the Warriors. The Knights are just throwing caution to the wind at the moment.
So Cyril Matthew, he has gone. Just making 7 of his 5 balls. So it wasn't the start he was talking about, he wanted last night. But at least he's in the team. Even that was in doubt at some point.
Manoj Panika is the new batsman. He's at the non-striker's end. Sam Stanislaus is still there on strike. And now Panika will get to make his mark. Left-handed batsman. 46 runs in the tournament so far. His key innings being in that very first game they played when they beat the University. Did the Knights 28 from 26 balls and just saw it home after a very difficult start. 11 for 3 it was in that opening match. Panika safely got them over the line. He's got a recovery job to do here as well now. And like Cyril Matthew, he opens his account with a boundary as well.
Well, very much a slice of luck here. He's gone for the shot, getting the edge, and well, fortunately for him, going in between the 2 close fielders and runs all the way down for 4 runs.
So quite a frenetic start to the Knights. dealing almost exclusively in boundaries and wickets, and this time it's another one of the former. Paniker is away to a flyer with successive fours.
Too much width. I mean, very little footwork, but he got the hands and the bat in the right place, and well, once more piercing the field, and that's gone all the way through for 4 runs. Thomas just a little bit guilty of giving too much width. Got to get this a little bit closer to that off stump. It's nicely played and well fielded.
Well, set those 2 boundaries aside, and it's been a good first over from Tom Thomas, who doesn't have too much to threaten the batsman with other than accuracy. He's only conceded 9, and he's got his 4th wicket of the tournament. So 2 overs gone. That's the power play over with, 8 overs aside, and the Knights just 18 for 2, a modest start. And now the Warriors have the luxury of being able to put 5 fielders on the boundary if they want to. I think they might. At the moment, I'm not sure that Captain Rahul Nair has remembered this, you know, Rico, because it's 3rd over now and he's still only got 2 men out. And in putting the 3rd out, he brought 1 in. Okay, now he's figured it out. Someone's mentioned it.
Yeah.
But he's still not going for his full complement of boundary riders. He's just stuck 3. And now, well, it's taken a bit of time to get this right. Now 4 men on the line. Paniker on strike. Thought that might be a wide, but it's a leg by. Just brushed off Paniker's thigh pad. Can you detect on your screen how there's a little bit of camera shake? That's because the wind has just started whipping up. We're in for a showery, blustery day. You can see the sawdust just starting to lift as well. And the stump microphone's fallen over.
This is going to be quite an interesting delivery, I think, because Stanislaus, who's been in excellent form, has been stood at the non-striker's end. Only faced just the 2 balls. So
yeah, he must be starving.
yes.
He's thrown the bat at it. Classy lofted shot. And screaming for 2, and a wonderful bit of calling from Manoj Paniker. If the throw had gone to the keeper's end, I think Stanislaus would have been struggling, but Paniker intuited that he would be running to the danger end, and that's a good call from the number 4.
It is, but just watch what happens when the bowler throws the ball here. I mean, both batsmen weren't very alert. There was another single here. And I think it was mainly because perhaps Stanislaus wasn't watch where the ball goes, and neither batsman has picked up on it, and when they did, it was too late to take the 3rd.
Why not push the 2? Manoj Paniker has called to go, and 2 fumbles has brought the Knights a brace of runs again. Yeah, the quality of cricket in European Cricket Series Malta has been good. The 2 little weaknesses, we say this for a lot of European Cricket Series club sides, don't we, the amateurs, that the running between the wickets could be a bit better. And then unusually, and we do not say this around Europe very much at all, something of a dearth of spin. And in fact the Warriors' selections for this game have reflected that. They've left out the right arm off spinner Salu Thomas. The Warriors, as you will see, will be unfurling a 5-man seam attack. Lucky for Paniker, that'll be 4. A good ball from Basil Joy. Just got a little bit of the toe end of the bat on it. Not only saved himself, but earned a boundary.
Yeah, that's the kind of delivery. The bowler gets it in the right spot and then thinks he's going to get his man, and then a little bit of inside edge, and the ball deviates from what it would have gone onto the stumps and goes to the boundary for 4. Tough luck.
Here's the last ball of the over. Oh, unfortunate. Well, he had a stroke of luck, just inside edging the boundary the ball before, Paniker, and now the luck has gone against him. He just tried to defend it. The ball has dribbled onto the stumps, dislodged the off bail, and with his last ball of the group stage, Basil Joy has taken his 2nd wicket of the match. 2 for 18 off his 2 overs. Paniker goes for 13, and after 3 overs the Knights are now wobbling at 29 for 3.
Well, that's how the cookie crumbles, isn't it? Sometimes you're lucky and sometimes you're not. The ball before, he get the 4, and that time he's unable to do anything about it, just watches the ball hit the base of the stumps, and on this occasion the bail decided to drop off and he's gone bowled.
The other change for the Warriors is that Tito Thomas, who has had 3 innings and not been able to score a run, has been dropped. Sebin Joseph, having played 2 games and neither batted nor bowled, has come in for his 3rd match, and maybe he'll get a chance at some point in this game. First change bowler, the captain brings himself on, Rahul Nair. Great time for him to bowl. Stanislaus playing a shot of desperation there. He's only faced 6 balls now and scored 7 runs. He hasn't found the boundary. For the tournament's highest run scorer, 267 runs he scored. 50 more than anyone else. Getting markedly frustrated. The Warriors, remember, if they win this, they're through. They've made a great beginning. But at the moment, Stanislaus is having anything but. Such imperious form throughout the tournament. His last innings, 41 from 31. Let's not forget his 88 not out from 33 balls against Marsa. Well, he's reduced to the status of a mere mortal now. They've even brought in a second short 3rd man who very nearly resembles a slip. You can see just in the corner of your screen on the left there. He's done well to get some bat onto that. Very wide ball. Given that for the bowler, that's a good outcome. Just the single. Stanislaus continues to labour to run a ball. And now at number 5 we see, only for the 3rd time, Justin Shaju. That want of opportunities is caused by the Knights very rarely losing more than 3 or 4 wickets. He's only had the opportunity to score 9 runs in the tournament up to now. That makes it 10 as he's away.
Yeah, nicely played. Just, well, he's been hoping that he can now start to give the strike to Stanislaus, who can now start to get going. It's been a very slow, unusual start for him. Just run a ball.
They're just struggling, aren't they, the Knights, because they've lost their regular number 4 batsman Avinash Dilip, who got a nasty blow to the face trying to catch a ball on the boundary. That's turned out nicely for the batsman. Still just the one. It was a sickening blow to Dilip earlier this week. 61 runs in the tournament, and I think, well, that's probably the end of his tournament. So it just shortens the batting order a touch. Brings Shaju in maybe one position higher than would be perfect. This is a good first over from Shijil Joy. Just 3 runs from it. Halfway through this truncated innings, and the Knights, after 4 overs, are 32 for 3.
Yeah, that was a very clever over, I think, from Shijil Joy. You saw there that last delivery, how he's just keeping it inside that line. And the batsman, well, if you're not moving your feet well and getting right across to those deliveries outside the off stump, you're going to struggle. And, well, it's not going to be made any easier for him as the captain is getting ready to mark up his run. He's been very effective in both the bowling and the batting attack.
Yes, here is Rahul Nair. 7.6 runs per over in the tournament. He's, by a very narrow margin, the most economical bowler that the Warriors have. He comes in a perfect situation with his team very much on top.
Oh, he's going for 2. He's going to be gone. Yeah, he can carry on running. Has a look back, and he's opposite number thinking, you see what you did?
Well, Justin Shaju has ended up being something of a sacrificial lamb here. Stanislaus, although he's only 10 off 10, has to try and keep the strike. It was Shaju's call in any case on the turn, coming back to the non-striker's end. And it's disappointing for the Knights to lose that wicket, of course, but on the flip side, very selfless of Shaju to go for the second in vain hope. Well, probably a risk worth taking, and he's got the strike returned to the senior batsman. So Nitin Sunny is the non-striker who replaces him.
It's a nicely played shot. In fact, it's more than nice, it's absolutely beautiful. Got into line and directed it into the vacant area, 4 runs.
Barely seemed to hit that. His hands moved no more than a few centimetres, all timing and balance. Would you believe it, of 11 balls, that is Sam Stanislaus' first boundary.
Yeah, no, I think he had to play that shot really. It was about playing that shot and saying, you see Joy, that's what I need to stay here. To Justin Shaju, he's saying that too. That's why you had to go and I had to stay. And, oh, well, I thought he'd taken a great catch there, the fielder. Did very, very well to get across there.
Justin George has dropped skiers before last week in the tournament. He's also held them, and that was a real steepler. By the time he dropped it, Stanislaus had come back for the second.
That's a nice looking shot. He's going to sail over. 6 runs. Lovely shot. Sita. Well, he's hit his first boundary, the 4 off this over, and now he's hit his first 6.
Inside out. Ball just opened him up a little bit. He was going to hit it over long on, moved too far to leg, just readjusted his hand position and knocked it over the offside. And now on the boundary, Justin George has gone down. I wonder how that's happened, because it didn't seem to happen when he was dropping the catch. The ball after that didn't go anywhere near him, but he seems to have turned his ankle over.
Yeah, I mean, that's where all the concentration is on that right leg of his. He's got his...
Now we've been waiting for a couple of minutes. I think the ambulance man has finally been coaxed out of his van. The umpires have called for him. Shadju looks in real pain. Not Shadju, sorry, Justin George. This is a bit of a blow if he is incapacitated, because he's one of their two key batsmen, second highest run scorer in the tournament, 143 runs. Justin George is pretty critical to the Warriors' chance of chasing down the total.
Yeah, not really sure what he did there. I mean, I don't know if we are able to go back to the replay of the catch, if something happened after that, but seems to be more, because he's got his back to us, very difficult to tell, but I think it could be the knee. Seems to be clutching at his knee a fair bit.
Has he popped his knee out? Now the man waving everybody away, you see, is the second paramedic. It's an unusual uniform the healthcare workers of Malta wear. They look a little bit like they've just wandered in from the street, but I assure you these are the gentlemen who've been sitting in the ambulance this fortnight. Now I think what we need here is a substitute fielder, and let's get on with the game. The Warriors substitute is... Oh, do they have one? No wonder they're concerned. I'm not sure that they have more than 11 players at the ground at the moment. They may have to play on with 10.
Well, let's hope he's okay. I mean, as you said, Kit, he is a key player. He's been one of the batsmen up in the order for the Warriors that actually has been scoring runs and scoring positively. They're going to miss him. And, well, they'll miss him in the field as well, as they don't seem to have the 12th man. But we look like we're going to resume.
Yeah, they're down to 10 men. 2 balls left in the 5th over. 8 overs per side, remember. Stanislaus is on a roll.
It's his hard in the air. The shadow catch, just dropping short. The man coming in. Boundary on the offside. And will take a single.
Nitin Sahni comes on to strike. He's only had 1 knock in the tournament so far. Hasn't been selected for most of the games. He's the spare batsman, really. He made 4 in that innings. You know, with 3 overs left after this, it might almost be worth him just going for broke here.
He's hit that well, and that will be 4 runs over the outstretched arms of the infielder, and he's done just that. Had a swing at it, got a boundary.
So if he got out, Stanislaus has still retained the strike. So he's taken the bowling on then, and what a great result. Just a little momentum now building for the Knights. 18 runs from that last over since Shadju was run out at the beginning of the over. 3 overs to go, 50 for 4.
Yeah, an expensive over from the captain, Raul there. So straight away he's calling upon Justin George to come back on, and we'll be hoping that he bowls another nice tidy one.
3 bowlers, sorry Rico, 3 bowlers can bowl 2 overs. See Justin George having his knee strapped up, it's his right knee seemingly. That's it. That's the running we wanted to see. All tournament. Overseas have done it well. And now the Knights have come to the party. Put the pressure on the fielder. Sprint the first one. Say yes, yes, and see what the fielder does. And they've earned themselves 2 there. That's very professionally done.
Well, and straight away, the fielder gets sent back in. They make a change. No room for error in this team.
No, that's pretty intolerant of only a little slip. Basil Joy was the guilty party. He's been brought up into the ring. Fielders have been pushed back so far now by Stanislas, with his 3 boundaries in the last over. Shijil Joyce had to do his own fielding and a tap into the leg side. There was no one saving one.
Like Justin George is...
The umpire is getting impatient here. They're getting behind, you know. They're getting behind. They need to work their field out a bit earlier. Not to lose penalty runs because they're behind the clock. You say Justin George is back on.
Looks like he's asked, and the umpire will wait. It's well bowled again from Sijil Joy. He's just veering it around a bit. Leg by.
Justin George is back on his feet. He's had his right knee strapped up. He seems to be moving relatively freely beyond the boundary. And I dare say at the end of the over, he will ask the umpire if he can be allowed back on, which wish shall of course be granted without prejudice. But just for the rest of this over, I think the Warriors will still have 10 in the field.
Backing shot. And the fielder that sent himself down there because of the earlier midfield. Rajesh Mundoli shows how it's done.
I know some of you watching around the world may think, well, how can a team in a televised competitive game just have 10 fielders? Why no 12th man? We would remind you, of course, that this is amateur cricket. No one here is paid to play. And one of the great beauties of this European cricket project is that you're getting to see the best players in all of these ICC associate nations around Europe. But no one in any of our games is paid to be here. They're all having to take a day off work, get leave in order to make an appearance. You're seeing the best cricketers of countries that are mere minnows on the international stage. But, you only have to go back 30 years. All the Sri Lankan players had day jobs as well. So this is how it all starts.
Hit up in the air, shouts of catch, catch. Takes the 2. It's been quite tidy again from Shijil Joy. The only problem is he's bowled a few wides. This left and right hand combination is probably just playing around with his radar a little bit. And of course this wind, which has really picked up now. He's done well. Can he get the throw in?
Oh, he had to. I think he should have just committed himself to one set of stumps or the other, because he was rolling around on the floor like a beached dolphin. Well, which end shall I go to? Shall I go? I'll go that in. Oh no! He should have stuck where he was.
I think he had the right idea, but the way he landed and was lying down, there was no way he could get his arm round to throw at the bowler's end. So, well,
he didn't have enough confidence. I think he was. In the end, he was just flailing about on the carpet like a tantruming child. So still the momentum with the Knights. 10 off the over, 2 overs to go. 60 for 4. 80 would be a decent score off 8. Good 2 overs from Shijil though. Gone for just 12, and now Manuel Anthony is going to come into the attack to bowl the penultimate over. And he's done it! Sunny, a rather relaxed sort of shot, just trying to clear mid-wicket and maybe get a 2. Manuel Anthony has got such a dead eye, back into wickets. That takes him to the top of the wicket tables.
That was a very good ball, just coming into the left-hander. Played all round it. Yeah, it's so surprising that he's only just going to get this 1 over, isn't he? I mean, he's top of their wicket takers. He's taken 9 wickets. He's got a fantastic strike rate. And, well, at this rate, he's going to bowl this over. And he started very well. Unless we talk, the rain has started to come down again. Hopefully it will just be a flurry and be blown away quickly.
This is a prolonged shower, I'm afraid. It does have a back end, this little bit of rain. We could get 20 minutes of downpour here.
Well, you can see there it's not just the rain, the wind is blowing strong, the boughs are being blown off. It's nicely played. Shai will come in and he's gone, the finger goes up. What a brilliant piece of cricket. An excellent pick up and throw. And you know what? That is the man who's been lying down for so long, having his knee bandaged up. He's come back into the action. Watch this. Picks it up. And he darts that in, knocks the bells over. Direct hit. Bang. And he's gone. Bat was in the air.
Quality bit of fielding. Bozapul goes first ball. Superb pick up and throw. Now the nights are subsiding. Stanislaus at least is back on strike. There are 10 balls left in the innings. We're going to get a dose of rain. We might just get through the innings, but I'm not sure we'll necessarily come back on when we're supposed to.
This could be a team hat-trick here. Hit up in the air, 1 bounce. Captain, roll there. Gets the ball in.
Sujesh Appu, the captain, coming in at number 8. His first bat of the tournament. We're now getting into uncharted territory in terms of who is left to wield the willow alongside Stanislaus. Yeah, that's it, skipper. Just get your senior batsman back on strike. Very sensible.
Stanislaus, 28 of 18 balls. Took a while to get going. But he has started playing some nice shots now. Well, you can just see how strong this wind is now from your screens. Hit hard, that's going to race away for 4 more. Nice shot. Wasn't the best of deliveries. Over pitched, wide, full toss, bang.
It's difficult to bowl into this wind now. Stanislaus, the last man standing really. His innings a lone hand as the wickets fall all round him. 1 ball left to go in the penultimate over. Yes, they should run the leg by here to keep the strike for Stanislaus, and he's made it back. So 67 for 6 at the end of the 7th over in this 8 overs a side game. Stanislaus, 32 from 20, will at least have the last 6 to himself. If they can get up to 80, I think that would represent a good score in difficult batting conditions. It's overcast, it's raining. I'm sure that the umpires, if at all possible, will force themselves through the unpleasantness of the final set of 6. We can afford to lose 3 overs from the 8 in the chase. The Warriors will have to have a 5-over innings in order to constitute a game. Now the umpires are consulting here, and well, once they start talking about it, I should think they'll come off. They need to get the decision made quickly so the covers can come on.
Yes, they've obviously had some info coming through to them from the third umpire, so it looks like they are coming off, and I would imagine we'd have a team of bodies getting those covers out there as soon as possible.
Well, all of the Warriors players now going to help with the covers.
Well, you can see on your screen just how nasty it's looking out there. Look at the European Cricket Network's flag, they're blowing away. The rain coming down heavy now, and it's at that awkward angle as well, which is right into your eyes. And I think, yeah, that's got to... You have to remember that the umpires, part of their role is the safety of the players. It's not just about making the decisions during the game. It's also about making sure that the conditions are fit to play in. And of course, I think that's a right call. It's right, very heavy now. Just going to get wetter and wetter and slipperier. And the last thing that you'd want is, even though they would try, or would have liked to perhaps try to get those last 6 balls in to complete that innings, if there was an injury, then it certainly would be playing on the back of their minds. Did we do the right thing or not? So good call for me. And well, it's not looking good. We've got our fingers crossed here that this blows over quickly, but I have taken a look behind us and it looks very grey and very grey, dull and horrible at the moment, Kit. So we'll just update you. So with 7 overs gone, 67 for 6 was the score. And just go through. Just going to see some of the highlights coming through for you while it's absolutely hammering it down here. And well, that was what you of course all missed live, but you were able to see it replay. Basil George, a big hitter, gone early. And well, Stanislaus, he was the man who had to take lead once that happened. And that was a nice catch there. Ball in the air, team catch we'll call that one. That removed Cyril Matthews. Panica here, very unfortunate. He was lucky with the ball before, managed it to go for 4 runs off the bat, an inside edge, but that one right onto his stumps, he had to depart. And well, that was some superb work there. Justin Sharju being run out. Well, trying to get Stanislaus on strike, which was the right thing to do, and Stanislaus, well, that's why, continuing to hit big shots, fours, and that's his trademark shot, executes that one so well when he hit for 6. And, well, good bowling there, right at the end, dismissing Nitin Sunny, the left-hander. Boz Paul, he comes in and goes out. First ball run out with a direct hit from the man, Justin George, who was on the boundary having some treatment earlier on after injuring his knee, came on, back onto the pitch. Clean pick-up in these conditions, wet ball, direct throw, excellent piece of fielding from him. And then, well, you can see what happened next. Raining cats and dogs now out there, very windy. And, well, at this moment in time, not looking too good. Recap where we are. The game was reduced to an 8-over match because of earlier rain. And well, we got to 7 and it started again. The wind picked up. The rain is hammering down. So the umpires making the right decision with an over to go in the innings and the score on 67 for 6. The players have gone off, and we'll just go through some of the bowling figures for you. Basil Joy bowling his 2 overs for 18 runs, but also picking up 2 very valuable wickets. Tom Thomas bowled the 1 over, 1 wicket for 10 runs. Shishul Joy, I think he bowled very well there in the middle. Just when Stanislaus was looking to get after the bowling, came in and bowled 2 very good overs. Just going for 12 runs. Roll there, it was a little bit expensive. Stanislaus took a liking to him. 18 runs coming off his 1 over, and then Manu Anthony bowling his 1 over for 6 runs and picking up the 1 wicket. Well folks, we're going to have to leave you for a while. We'll keep giving you updates, of course, with these not so nice scenes. It is absolutely chucking it down now, and well, we are all hoping that this passes very, very quickly and we're able to resume as soon as possible. Rico Full and Kit Harris signing off, and we'll be hopefully joining you with better news in a short while. Merhaba everybody. You can see from your screens now that the rain has started to ease off. Still is raining though. Just see the tournament referee Rob Kemin has had a little stroll out there, just checking what the outfield is like. Covers are still on. The wind has eased off, but that's the good news, that the rain is stopping and clearer skies are following. The bad news is that game between Atlas Knights and Masida Warriors, which was about to start its last over before the heavens opened, has been abandoned now. So the Knights were 67 for 6 when the rain came down with an over to go. Samuel Stanislaus has been the batsman in form for them. He was going well, 32 of 20 balls. But all of that was in vain because of the rain. We've gone past the cut-off time where that match could continue and we could have a result. So therefore, match has been abandoned. And well, we're waiting for updates now on the next match, match 28. Unfortunate, because remember, just to remind you that Masida Warriors and Marsa, who are up next against the university, that no doubt will be a delayed start. Information will come through on when the next pitch inspection is, but of course the rain has to stop completely before that can happen. And once it does, the umpires will take some time to go and have a look, and I'm guessing that they will then probably give it anything between 15 minutes to half an hour before they decide to do another pitch inspection with the covers off, at which point they'll be able to give us an indication of when that match between the American University of Malta and Marsa Cricket Club can take place. And while we're on here, it's a good opportunity for me to thank everybody that's been involved here at this Marsa ground. I've mentioned already the Cricket Federation guys that have been very helpful, very supportive of this European Cricket Series here in Malta. Indika Pereira, the chairman, vice chairman, Michael Gunteleka, both players, as you will know as well. The secretary, well, we saw his introduction to the game today. Cyril Matthews came out, played a nice few shots, but in the end got himself out for 7 runs. Played a beautiful boundary for 4. And Lee Tuck as well, who's the tournament director. Lovely bunch of lads, very accommodating, very professional in what they do, and it was lovely to have a nice meal with them yesterday that we were invited to. And yeah, it was nice to try some of the local delicacies that they have here in Malta, especially the pan-fried rabbit. Well, if you've never tried it, it's definitely a must. Malta, beautiful country, a lot of things going for it. It's a small country, but they do love their cars. First of all, they drive on the wrong side of the road. I can never get used to that. But yeah, I mean, 300,000 cars registered with a population of 450,000. So yeah, they like their cars. Always very busy on the roads. Ground staff here have been fantastic. No doubt they'll be out there again with the combined efforts of the teams. And the man who's in charge of all of that, Lee Tuck. And of course Omar, I must say, shout out to Omar. He's the man who goes out there with a blower, trying to keep everything nice and dry for everyone. Spirit of thought for the umpires, doing a great job, led by Rob Kemin. They're the men that have to go out and do the pitch inspections and loads of other things. It's not just about standing there and giving the decisions. Lots of things involved. So the umpires that have taken part in this tournament so far: Tim Wheeler, Amar Sharma, Pathadas, Gopal Chaturvedi, Joydeep Ray, Stefan Gooch, all been doing a fantastic job. Thank you guys. And of course the production team, Andis, Richard and Chris, they've been marvellous and working in very difficult conditions yesterday and today with the weather on and off, making sure that all the equipment remains dry and giving you the best possible production of this European Cricket Series. So well done to you guys. And of course the European Cricket Network team itself, Medadaub, Andy House, Barry Eaton, Stefan Gooch, Sam Williams, and we have our scorers Lydia, Ithi Sham, Samir Khan, Lee Tuck. Thank you to everybody doing a fantastic job, and of course everyone hoping that at some point today we will get some more cricket in, and well, hopefully the games themselves will then allow us to tell you what the standings are and who plays who in the semi-finals tomorrow. We'd much rather it be done that way than games that have been abandoned. But at the moment that there's a lot to be decided there. Shout out to our sponsors. We all know about our ball sponsor Kookaburra, travel partner Bizaway, Spring Productions and Sports Flicks, and of course tomorrow we will see those magnificent trophies and medals courtesy of Locker Lifestyles. For now, I can ask you to go onto the European Cricket website, europeancricket.com. Get on there, all kinds of information there for you to have a look at. Games that have already happened, the standings, go on and have a look at the standings and see what could be what, and look at the player profiles as well. And if you've got any of those players in your Dream 11, have a look at how they're performing. And don't forget, we've also got the European Cricket Network YouTube, all sorts of interesting stuff on there, lots of great highlights for you to look through, to keep you entertained between the time that we bring you some more live cricket coverage from this lovely setting here in Marsa. It is a truly magnificent place, Malta, and this area itself, very, very nice. It's got a strange feel to it. I always say to people, when people say to me, people I've spoken to, well, what's Malta like? And the best description I've come up with, it's a bit like Brighton in Spain, if you know what I mean. It's got well, normally has the weather and the charm of the Mediterranean, but it also has those well, it's got the buzz of a place like Brighton, but it's a lovely old place. We certainly have enjoyed being here. And this club itself, Marsa Club, inaugurated in 1902 by the British Armed Forces, and well, it still remains as Malta's premier sports club. A lot of work happening on the cricket front here. And when you look around this ground, it's got that feel about it. You get that feel that once upon a time it was a joint officers' mess, and you can see that from the regimental style of these buildings. And the club itself now boasts excellent facilities, golf facilities, 17 tennis courts, squash courts, a swimming pool, and of course, more importantly than all of them, this iconic cricket oval, which is overlooked by the 15th century Sepuna Chapel. It is absolutely marvellous. And some people say to me, well, what's the history of Malta and cricket? Well, it has a very proud tradition. It's been played locally since the first recorded game was between the sailors of Admiral Horatio Nelson's fleet in the 1800s. The England team also, captained by the great W.G. Grace, what a man and what a player. Well, they played a match on Maltese soil on their way to the 1891-92 Ashes in Australia. So it certainly has a history of cricket. The national team itself, well, it boasts a commendable record, 50 wins from its 110 matches. That's the stats up to October 2020. So it is a very popular and very fast growing sport here. And it's, well, we had the opportunity to look at some of the islands around here as well. Went to Gozo, which I believe is going to be an excellent cricket facility coming up there soon, and we're looking forward to venturing there when that is completed. But for now, we're just waiting for the rain to stop. It's just about doing that now, and then no doubt Rob Cumming and the umpires will take a walk once the covers have been taken off and give us further updates on the timings of today's play and the next matches. Remember, the scheduled match next is to be between Malta Cricket Club and the American University of Malta, and we will of course give you further updates on what will be happening and when. So bye for now, and we'll be back with some more updates. Welcome back, everybody. On your screens now, you can see loads of activity. Omar the man is back out with his magic blower, drying out the pitch in the key areas, so mainly focusing on the footings of the bowler. And well, the updates that we have for you here coming in is that the next match, remind you, that is the match between the American University of Malta versus Marsa, has been delayed, so we'll have more updates on that at 11 o'clock, so there will be an update then. Now, just to let you know how things are standing at the moment, as you will no doubt know, the first match today between the Atlas Knights, a team sitting very comfortably at the top, having played 9 matches, won 7 of those. One of those right at the beginning earlier on last week was abandoned, are sitting pretty on 16 points. Southern Crusaders, thanks to their efforts yesterday, they have played all their games now in this group stage, and they're at 12. So those two teams have definitely made it into the semi-finals. Masida Warriors, they needed points. They were up against the Atlas Knights in today's first game. It was going to be a reduced match, which we did start a little bit later, an 8-over contest. But as Atlas Knights were coming to the end of their innings, with an over to go, that match, because of very heavy rain and stormy weather, had to be abandoned. So Masida Warriors picked up 1 point. Now the standings as they stand mean that with that point, they, though level on points with the Overseas Cricket Club, have pipped them to 3rd spot with a much better net run rate. So Masida Warriors, as things are looking now, are in a semi-final position. Overseas are just hanging on in 4th. They, remember, have made a remarkable recovery after losing 6 on the spin. Winning their last 4 games have taken them to 8 points. And the match, which everything depends on therefore, is this next one, which will be Marsa. Marsa need the points. Marsa are on 7 points as well. They've still got 2 games, and both of them will be against the American University, and we're hoping that all those efforts of the guys out there, you can see the man brushing away, that's Les White, the groundsman. We hope that all of those efforts are not going to be in vain, that we do manage to get those matches in here. Marsa will be hoping so. They need points as well. Of course, you can see all of this information by going on to EuropeanCricket.com. So very evenly poised. If Marsa can get a win, then they would go into the semi-final position, and it would be Overseas that look like they're going to lose out, finishing in 5th place. But that's all ifs and buts. As we know, anything can happen. So, like I say, the information coming through for us here today at the moment is that the next inspection will be at 11 o'clock, so that's 11 o'clock Central European time, of course. And depending on that, we could start a match at around about 11:25. And that's the way things are looking at the moment. You can see a lot of activity happening. European Cricket Network team now making their way out there to do some further inspections. So the good news is it is not raining. Also, looking around us, it seems to be a lot brighter, a lot clearer. The covers are off. Omar is doing an outstanding job at drying things out. So if the rain does stay away, the pitch inspection at 11 should be favourable, and we could get the next match hopefully started around about 11:25. Well, hopefully we will see that match, and of course it will be an exciting one. I mean, American University of Malta, lovely bunch of lads, give 100%. They haven't had the best of results going their way, but that's not through no lack of trying. They've had some very close encounters where they've ended up coming second best and taking games to the last overs. Marsa, well, what can I say about Marsa? Marsa are a talented side, very good players, and we just look down their batting lineup. They've got players like Noel Kozler, 216 runs with a phenomenal strike rate, 194. Zishan Khan, he's also scored over 100 runs in this series, 123, as well as Fayan Mughal, 116, and the captain, big hitting Haroon Mughal on 93. So they've certainly got the firepower with the batting. They've also got some excellent bowlers. Wasim Abbas, the Maltese Express, bowls very well. He's taken 6 wickets so far, taken a wicket about every 12 runs. Got a good team, a solid team, but what we've seen from them is they, well, the pressure gets to them, and from a position of winning the game, they end up losing. And there was a little bit of niggling between players as well yesterday, so they've had to, well, take some time out, maybe had a team meeting, I'm sure, and ironed out those little hiccups that they were having yesterday. So they want to be coming back strong, and of course they would. They do not want to miss out on a semi-final place, and remember, that all happens here tomorrow. But for now, we can't tell you what the order of play will be and who will be playing what, because we still have some things to settle. And well, this next game is going to be massive for Marsa against the American University of Malta. They know that they need a win, get a win, and they take themselves into the semi-finals, and that's with a game to go as well. So they've got 2 to play today. Remember, weather permitting, and well, on that note, the sun has decided to put its hat on and caresses this beautiful ground. So weather permitting, the Misada Warriors will also play their last game against the Atlas Knights, and that will be the game that is scheduled to take place at around 1 o'clock today. But of course, with the timings the way they are, things are likely to change. So I'll leave you for now with that update, that at 11 o'clock there will be another pitch inspection by Rob Kemin and his team of umpires, and all going well, as long as the sun stays out and there's no more rain, we will be looking to start the match between Marsa and the American University of Malta at around about 11:25. Well, I hope to be back with more good, chirpy, positive news around about 11 o'clock. Until then, remember, EuropeanCricket.com, get on there and have a look around. Lots of exciting information there for you. And also, of course, the European Cricket Network YouTube channel. Lots of excellent highlights for you to enjoy while you have your cup of coffee or tea or whatever tickles your fancy. Rico Full signing off for now. We'll be back around about the 11 o'clock mark.
Merhaba Malta. Welcome to Malta.
Well, welcome back. And it is good news. The rain stays away. And the update that I can give you is that we are going to see this match between Marsa and the American University of Malta. But once more, like yesterday, it's going to be a short version of the game. And just to remind you, it's a game that Marsa must try and win to secure a place in the semi-finals. Before we go to the game, which is going to be a reduced 5-over match, let's go to see how that coin toss went. Okay, I'm just getting confirmation that we haven't got that for you. Probably Stefan Gooch, of course, the star, and his fan club would not have liked him standing out in the rain to do a coin toss. It just wouldn't be right, would it? Him getting all wet. So, the umpires for this match is going to be Amar Sharma and Patha Das. They will lead the teams out. And once more, great shout out to the groundsman and all the players involved in getting this surface ready to play on. Done an outstanding job. Omar with his blower, Les White doing his bit, making sure that everything is as dry as can be for this match coming up. And here come out the teams. So it is going to be Marsa that will bat first. Remember, 5 overs. Power play will be 2. So for the first 2 overs, only 2 men allowed out. So the batsman certainly will be wanting to make very, very good use of that. Marsa winning the toss and electing to bat first. Now they have done that very well. And one thing they haven't been able to do though is when they've got good scores is defend them. And we're going to be starting off with Zishan. He's going to be taking the first ball, and Noel Kozla is the non-striker. And it looks like we're going with spin straight away here, which is interesting. Zuhaib Malik. Let's start with his spin. Rico Full. And let's have her joined by my partner in crime and dear friend Kit Harris. Will be bringing you this one. There he comes, first ball. Goes out towards the boundary. There is one man out there patrolling it. In comes the throw, just a single. And well, I suppose we're going to see a fair bit of that. The ball being kept dry as Kozla takes his guard. The Knights, remember, undefeated. They are at the top. Southern Crusaders second in the table. I see the Warriors on net run rate, taking the third spot. Marsa needing a win to take themselves also into the semi-finals, and that will unfortunately mean that Overseas will lose out. That's a nice shot, hit out there, and even all the wet outfield and sticky, sawdusty outfield there, not able to stop this one from going. That's a lovely shot from Zishan. Ooh, swing and a miss for Bold.
Well, Rico, if we do get a replay of that, I think there might have been a stumping chance fumbled there. And I think that might have been two.
I think that one absolutely, yeah. Tossed it up, kept the pace of it. Should have had the bails whipped off.
Carbon copy of the ball before. Out of his ground. Yeah.
Hit in the air once more, straight to a fielder. Good pick up and throw. And that's our man out there, Abhishek Bhagapati.
So 7 runs from the first over from the University, bowled by the off-spinner Zohaib Malik. 2 changes to each of the teams. And their form changes on the whole. Marsa have left out Mohammed Usman and brought in David Atwal as a bit of reinforcement to the batting. Usman only made 21 runs in the tournament so far, and Glenn Tavilla, who bowled that very expensive and costly over in the game against the Crusaders, he's made way for much more economical bowler Nosher Akhtar. So you'd call that a double change that's really strengthens Marsa.
Jitesh Patel comes on and sees his first ball smashed straight over his head, and that off the fielders on the boundary. 6 runs. Good hit from Zishan.
2 enforced changes for the University, which probably have the opposite effect on their strength. Opener Sanish Kumar, who was the top scorer in their most recent game, is not able to play, and neither, critically, is Shubham Patel, their top wicket taker, their best bowler by far. He's also unable to play. So that brings in Girish Bapatu, who's played 3 games without batting or bowling, the most underused but overplayed player in the tournament so far, and Akhil Konda, who also in his one previous game was given no opportunity to do anything. So University a little understrength, if anything.
He's managed to get enough over that, chips the fielder, and well, I thought for a moment with this soggy wet outfield it wasn't going to go all the way. It did, and that's a nice boundary. Got to keep these flowing now, of course. Kids, Marsa will be used to this 5-over format of the game. They had one yesterday, scored well, but weren't able to defend that score of 77.
And the reason for that is, Rico, that statistically Marsa have got the weakest bowling attack of all the teams in the competition. Every single man who's bowled has gone for 10 plus runs and over, with the exception of one man, Fanyan Mughal, and he's their most economical bowler at 9.3 runs and over, and that's an unenviable record. No other team comes close to that level of profligacy. And that makes running between the wickets absolutely critical. And we did have a moan about this yesterday, that Noel Khosla is a very, very chilled man between the wickets. You can see him at the non-striker's end, sits on his bat, he doesn't back up. just always jogs the first run. You see, again, just requires a fumble, a slow pick up before the throw. Zishan, you might have heard, saying yes, and immediately Kozler, no, 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 no. They're a decent opening partnership, but they have very, very different ideas about running. Kozler seems to have a perpetual phobia of being run out, whereas Zishan is prepared to take the risk. Still, a good platform has been laid. Remember, it's only 5 overs a side, so the power play comes to an end after just 2 overs, 20 without loss. 13 off Patel's over. And first change is the angry man himself, Abhishek Prajapati. My goodness, he's been expensive in the tournament. Just taken 1 wicket at enormous cost, and he's switching now, interestingly, from seamers to spin.
Yeah, coming round the wicket as well, trying to get this to angle away from the right-handers. Zishan Khan takes the single. Kozler will look to now hit big. Gets hold of it, trying to split those 2 fielders out there on the leg side, but unable to. And as we know, there's no hurry with his running, just poodles along, and has a leisurely practice of that shot again. But needs to be looking for 2. We know that. You at home know that. But try telling Kozler.
University will be in an interesting position shortly, because they only have the 4 frontline bowlers without Shubham Patel.
And that's a very good catch, a shot catch it. Kozler just drops his shoulders as he sighs and walks back. He's put that straight into the hands of the fielder in the deep, who's taken a very, very good, competent catch.
Prithvi Chauhan out there at deep forward square. Waited and waited. Just a little jump right on the line. So, textbook way to field out there. Got to stay on the line. Don't walk in 10 yards and watch it go over your head. So, Kozler, having done little in this innings, departs for 2. 23 for 1. And here is a man who could send things away with a bang. At number 3, Haroon Mughal, 7 runs short of scoring 100 in the series. Beg your pardon, Fanyan Mughal. The statistic remains accurate. It's been a few days since we've seen Fanyan switch his stance to left-handed as the bowler's trotting up. We only seem to do it against the weaker teams, Rico.
It's up high in the air, shadow catch it, and well, the fielder was very casual coming in for that. Prajapati, oh, he's getting annoyed. You won't like him when he's angry. Thinks that should have been a catch.
He's walking out there to have a word. Captain Haroon at the last minute has said, no, no, you don't. Get over here. He's a fiery man, Prajapati. But he did bowl a tidy over in the end. A wicket, just the 1 boundary from it. 1 for 9. Now Marsa, well, they need to crack on with it here. University, as they bring on Amandeep Ralhan, the last of the 4 specialist bowlers, will feel that they're in with a chance here of keeping them under 60.
Well, Zishan dancing down, he's got his dancing shoes on, but he's not got his spectacles, missing that one by a long way. Slices it, goes up. It'll be safe. I don't think it's going to go to the boundary, or is it? In fact, I'm wrong. It may have gone all the way. It has. Well, that's an outstanding, an outrageous 6. It didn't time this at all. Took the thick edge of the bat, and it's gone for 6 runs.
Yeah, he's aiming it down the ground. Just got the edge. Must have a pretty meaty edges to his bat.
Oh, well, there it is again. He's just showing that it is pretty good. This time the fielder, well, he does get a hand to it, stops it.
Yeah, they're running sharply between the sticks now. Kozler has gone back into the pavilion. Last 6 balls or so, they're just getting the momentum that they've lacked.
Well, that wasn't a bad delivery. The shot was pretty good as well. Good work from the fielder. It's always difficult when you're patrolling a wet, soggy outfield. You feel that your feet are going to go from under you any moment. Good work.
University really front-loading this bowling attack. The 5th bowler they'll find from somewhere is going to have the pressure of bowling the last. That could be fun.
Comes down the track, totally misses it. The wicket keeper doesn't fancy standing up. And I would imagine at this pace it's probably advisable, but at the same time,
well,
perhaps in the short format.
Remember what happened earlier? Of course, he missed the 2 stumpings, so...
Yeah, you think he's been sent back. Hit hard over the top, that should be a boundary. It goes all the way, balle, balle, balle. 6 more, and that's exactly what they need as we come to the end of their innings. That is the end of the 4th. 1 more to go. That's a top shot.
Ralhan gone for 16 in the penultimate over. The match reduced to 5 overs a side after the rain that we've had. We'll be lucky to get through the rest of the day without any more rain, but for the moment we're good. Tariq Shah, who bowls his little left arm spinners, fizzes it through quite quickly. He's only bowled a couple of overs in the tournament so far, but he's picked up 2 wickets, albeit at considerable cost. He's going to bowl the death over.
Oh. Could be close, yeah, no doubt about that, kid. He's right in front, going right across the line, when it's got to go.
Well, he's thrown up the bait, and he's hooked a big fish here because Fanyan Mughal is one of those who really could get your spinner away for multiple boundaries in the final over. And what a good day to be an umpire, because the decisions for an umpire don't come much easier than that. We could all have given that pretty much anywhere on the ground. Haroon, the captain, comes in at 4. 5 balls to go. Marsa are 45 for 2.
Yeah, and Haroon Mughal, I think it will be very much a similar shot. If it's in that area, he will go for it. And, well, normally he's quite effective. And he does go for it. It's in the air, hasn't quite middled it. Fielder coming across. Oh! Well, that was Jitesh Patel, the captain. Doesn't get his hands in the right place. And you see it's hitting the tips of his fingers.
Cold day. Hands won't be warm, and that was a real stingy skyer. Captain's a good fielder. I was backing him to hold that one.
Just taking the single, which surprises me.
Well,
this is the last over, guys.
I'm not sure they would have come back for 2. Didn't really attack the ball, Zohaib Malik out there in the deep, but he's got a good arm.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's standing there now thinking about getting his pads on and doing what he does best. I'd be surprised if he doesn't open. Will they go for 2 this time? There's a thought about it, but didn't.
That's well done by Prajapati. Great over so far, this from Tariq Shah, of all people. 4 balls, wicket, single, single, single. 8, yeah, it's not going round, is he? It's just the batsman, Haroon, is changing sides because of the damp.
Played out. They tried to press, but that's a great arm, and well, we'll just have to go back. He's never going to get there.
What a good over this has been. In the most pressured situation, Marsa, who will have hoped at the beginning of the over to get up to 60 off the part-timer, now have 1 ball left and they're one shy of 50.
He's banged that into his foot, I think, from the reaction. Oh, they will get 2. Mix up. Or will they? Yes, they will. They may even get a few more.
Get more
Oh
than
my
that.
God. Where is that ball going to end up? And just stopping short of the boundary. Well, they needed a boundary of that last ball. They didn't get it, but they did still run 4. And Haroon Mughal is limping off. He smashed that into his toe. You'll see that in that replay. But he was still able to run, even with a, I'm sure, throbbing toe there. Come on, boys, help him off, carry him off. The captain taking 1 for his team. So 53 is the score. And, well, on this occasion, Noel Kozla, who normally performs very well, had to see Zishan Khan play some nice shots. He's made a lovely 39 of 21 balls. Not out, of course. And there you see the wicket of Kozla going for the shot he had to. Oh, an outstanding catch taken there on the boundary. And he's done a good job out there, has Chauhan. You see him also making an excellent stop. So stopping the ball going over for 4 runs. And in this short, very short match, just 5 overs, that's very important. There's the LBW, the first delivery of an over from the part-timer, we say, Tariq Shah. But he bowled an absolute gem of an over. That scorecard, other than Zishan, Noel going for 2, Fine Mughal. Well, if he got going, things could have been a bit different. Just 6 of the 3 balls that he faced. Fine Mughal, the captain, came in there at the end. 6 of 3 as well. Neither of the batsmen other than Zishan Khan could find the boundary ropes with the big hits. Bowling wise, well, it was a surprise start inside the 2 over power play. They went and opted for Zohab Malik, and he's 1 over, just went for 7, so a good call there. Jitesh Kumar going for 13 of his 1, wicketless. Abhishek Prajapati, well, he got a wicket. The catch on the boundary there by Chauhan, going for 9 of his 1 over. Most expensive was from Railhan, going for 16. And then there, absolute marvellous over at the end. Fantastic job done by Tariq Shah. Just the 8 runs of his 1 over. So, the way it stands, Marsa, who need this win, remember, to book their semi-final place, have scored 53 of their 5 overs. Now what they must do is group together and come out and play as a team. We see them get on top of each other. And well, John Grimmer, I was talking to him earlier and he told me the same. He said if we play as a team, stay united, we should win this and go all the way, not just to the semi-finals but to the final. That's how confident he was. Well, first of all, they've got to stop the American University of Malta scoring 54 runs. We shall be right back with that innings in a short while.
Merhaba Malta. Welcome to Malta.
Welcome back to Valletta. We're halfway through a shortened match 28, just 5 overs aside here on the penultimate day of the European Cricket Series Malta and the last day of the league stage. Well, we know that the Knights and the Crusaders are through. There is an almighty bun fight between the Warriors, the Overseas and Marsa for the last 2 places in the break. And this game, well, being reduced, it's just given the University of an opportunity of an upset here because they've managed to keep Marsa down to 53 from their 5 overs. And if Marsa can't defend this, they lose, and they're not necessarily through. If they win, they're through. But if University can chase these down and cause an upset, then Marsa will have to win their final game this afternoon in order to make it through to the semi-finals. University, shorn of the services of one of their better batsmen who regularly opens, Sanish Kumar. You would anticipate to see the man on the right of your screen, Abhishek Prajapati, opening the batting, as he always does. And the angrier he gets, the better he bats. But then at the other end, promotion in the order. And I think this is a very, very good move. And non-striker will be Zoheb Malik. He hasn't opened the batting yet, but with 186 runs, he is by far University's best batsman and the danger man for the chase. Marsa, well, they've got a battery of bowlers here, lots of options. The death bowling specialist, Nosher Akhtar, is going to bowl his over first up. Remember, it's just 1 over each for each of 5 bowlers, 2 overs of power play, during which only 2 fielders are allowed out on the boundary. 54 from 30, that's the number to start with. And here on European Cricket Network, your commentators, me, Kit Harris, and alongside me, Rico Full.
Welcome back, everybody, and welcome to what I am sure is going to be a thrilling run chase.
It's certainly set up well. The rain which shortened this game is at the moment holding off. I wouldn't be surprised if we had a splash before this game is up. Here's the first ball. That's looked like that pitched, even though it was beyond the bowling crease on which the stumps sit, inside the wide marker. The umpire is showing a zero tolerance approach. And Akhtar, like all good bowlers who've just bowled a wide, blames a wet ball.
Yeah, grimmer as ever behind the stumps, encouraging the bowler to get it right, showing him where he wants it. Bit
overexcited, Prajapati. he has an excuse too for his over-ambitious play and miss. You can see he's just flapping his right hand to tell Malik to stand on the other side of the wicket, for heaven's sake. You're in my way. No arguments there. Actor looking a bit rusty now. Bungs down a wide one. So no great glamour from anyone. But it would, I admit, be lovely for more than one reason if the University are able to pull off a heist here and chase these runs down, because it means that Malta have to do something in their very last game. It's fun to bring it down to the wire. It's also good to see the University, who can't qualify for the semi-finals, having a confidence-building win. Over the top this one. Haroon is after it. Prajapati getting ever angrier as his second run is turned down. I don't know what he's studying at the University, Rico. I hope it's not medicine, because I wouldn't want to get a blood test from him if he's woken up on the wrong side of bed in the morning.
I think he's going to be a counsellor. I think that's what he's looking for, you know, counselling people, giving advice, you know.
Right. Anger management? Chipped straight up. It's going to drop short of the bowler. See, in other circumstances, maybe with spikes on a turf pitch, or if it weren't so wet, Actor might well have had a punt at diving for that.
Yeah, once again, Pragapati, he's not happy. He wanted a single there as well. And I think he's quite right. He's justified in his question marks over the shortage of taking these singles.
But Malik has got this one away over the infield at least. They should come back for two. Now it's Prajapati's turn to jog. And the rock star out on the boundary, Sumer Khan, rifles in a throw. He's such a cool looking man. And it's taking so much time to dry the ball. First over seems to be taking forever. Still a couple of balls left. Getting a bit over-ambitious here, the University. They've got these 2 overs of the power play. Now a couple of times they've missed great heaves. Better to push the 2s through the gaps to begin with. Perhaps it hasn't been their approach, and they've allowed Massa a good start with the ball. This will just be the single. Yes, got to be so careful. Really tricky stop. Anything out here, but it brings to an end a decent set of 6 to open for Massa. 6 runs off the first over, and Akhtar has done his job for the day. 24 balls remaining, now 48 to win. You can do the maths.
That was a good over. He didn't try to do too much, which was very important. And saying that, this is exactly what this bowler, Wasim Abbas, needs to think about. Can't try and do too much. He's got to realise that it's going to be a wet ball. He's footing. It's going to be a little bit slippery. He just needs to get the ball line and length, not to try and send it down with all the pace in the world. We know he's got the pace. In he comes.
Drilled, but straight to extra cover, and they haven't even taken the run. Siddharth Anand is not the most natural fielder. Stumbling forward, has got both hands to the ball. University have got to try and be more positive than this. It's not just about playing big shots. Well, they got lucky this time. Massa again. Just to stop with the foot. Fanyan Mughal at point this time.
It was a nice looking shot. I mean, I'm not sure if it would have gone for 4, but he certainly stopped one run there. Good work, and good work, of course, from none other than John Grimmer, the wicketkeeper, in the right position.
You're a big fan of Johnny Grimmer behind the stumps, 61 years of age. Down the ground. And, well, I'm not sure whether he's managed to stop that. A lot of juggling has been going on. It's hit him on the leg. Was he standing over the line when he parried it with his left leg?
Well, he's showing his footballing skills. Ronaldo there.
He's in agony. He's still rubbing it, Captain Haroon Mughal. 2 runs have been adjudicated by the umpire. Very high. Grimmer underneath it. Would you believe that that man is a pensioner? He's so agile. He has 3 times more dismissals in this series than any other keeper. Catches, stumpings. If we're all as lithe as Johnny Grimmer when we're his age, we'll have lived a good life.
This is superb, and I know his son Michael will appreciate this. Look at the ground he makes. Look at the fielder there in the picture. He's just standing there with his hands on hips saying, no, I don't need to move. Grimmer's on the move. Grimmer's going to get this. I'll just watch it and applaud him afterwards. And that's exactly what he did. Fantastic catch from the young John Grimmer. Outstanding work.
So first wicket goes. Prajapati for 3. Nine for 1. This is going to go all the way. There's an invaluable shot for 6. Sohaib Malik. Well, it falls to him now to do the bulk of the run scoring. And very next ball from Wasim Abbas, a half volley. Malik has got to take charge from here. Prithvi Chauhan, the new batsman, the non-striker's end. No great shakes with the bat, but he can score a run, a ball in support at least. Here's the last ball of the power play. Malik has got too overexcited. Tried to find the gap, he's missed it. You have to say that's another good over from Marsa. 9 runs from it and the wicket of Prajapati. 15 for 1. Now 39 needed from 18.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting because they've gone for a change, not one that I would expect. I thought maybe Fanyan Mughal would probably come on to bowl this, but they're deciding they're going to go for the slower stuff, the spin. So Siddharth Anand is going to come and bowl this one. He's just adjusting his field here.
Well, he is their top wicket taker. He's got 6 in this fortnight's tournament. The only thing is that they've come at extortionate cost. He's had to get his credit card out to pay for most of them. And Sohaib has had to switch bats because he's taken a great chunk out of the bottom of his old blade. So Chauhan on strike. 36 runs in the tournament so far. Not exactly pedestrian, but more of a nudger. Haven't seen anything big from him so far. That was really begging to be hit. Behind square. The fielder there is short and quite fine. Here comes the rain. Chauhan has got something on this, so he is at least off the mark. Remember, if we don't finish all 5 overs of this innings, it will be an abandonment with 1 point each. At the moment, would forgive the university for hoping that it throws it down in about 2 balls' time. Will have to be a wide.
Yes, it will. I mean, Anand there, he's got his shades on. I wonder if he's got any wiper blades on him. There's certainly no sun. There's definitely some rain.
Now, must be 2 at least here. And that's a, that's a rather geriatric chase from a young man, Zishan Khan, out there on the boundary, but there's runs that are badly needed.
Yes, 2 men not quite getting there. That was a rock star as well involved in that. Little steps, but couldn't get the ball, couldn't stop it going over the boundary. Bonus runs. Well, this is more bonus runs, isn't it, Kit? That's
no
going to be a
ball.
no ball.
And the run. So that'll be 31 from 15. The bad news is that the free hit falls to Chauhan. Just doesn't have the strength to hit it much further than that. And they can't get through for the second because Malik has slipped at the striker's end.
Certainly something that Martha need to think about if they can try and keep John on strike.
And, well, to juggle there in the end from Noah Kozler, but I think that must be the fatal blow. It hasn't been much of a fight. Malik goes, holding out for 15. Marsa are 2 down for 24, beyond the halfway stage in a chase of 54 to win.
Yeah, no Kosler getting his chest in play there. The ball coming out of the hands onto the chest and then gently back into his hands. Takes a good catch. Well, Zohair Malik, he had to go for it.
Darshit Panaka is the new batsman, the non-striker's end. Chauhan must try to give Panaka as much of the strike as possible, but he's kept it for himself. Well, what can he do apart from take the single that's there? 3/5 of the way through the innings, University of Malta are 25 for 2 and they'll need 29 of the last 2 overs. Great over from Siddharth Anand, just took the pace off it. Conceded 10 runs and took the critical wicket of Malik.
Mars are going to keep their cool this time. They have the tendency to blow it. The captain, Haroon Mughal, is going to bowl this one. Surprising, he's still standing, the amount of knocks he's had.
I guess it's a blessing that Chauhan should get off strike.
He certainly wasn't expecting that, was he? Haroon banged it in short.
He knew it was going to be a short ball and just at the last moment, more or less let it hit him. 28 from 11. What has Panatkar got? Neeraj Khanna. Just a single. Well, it just seems to be ebbing away as gently as the rain is falling now for the students. They must run 2. Might even get 4. No need to slide around unless absolutely necessary when it's so slippery out there.
Used his feet well. That's one there to try and get to the pitch and send it away, but just lacking the power in the shot.
25 from 9. And Captain Haroon Mughal there must know now that his side are on the verge of qualification. That should be 4. Wide ball. And Chauhan has helped himself to it, so that is something. Just keeps the target reachable.
Yeah, he's played that well. He's anticipated the shorter ball this time. And because it wasn't straight at him into his body, he's able to leave her back on the wide ball, send it away for 4. Keeps it interesting. If they could get another boundary or so here and going into the last. Well,
2 are crucial here. Still just jogging, but they've made it well enough in the end. It wouldn't have been 3, even if they'd sprinted. And it must be very hard to sprint out there without spikes on such a artificial pitch. 19 for 7. Well, a boundary would just make it interesting. The rain is very steady now. It's steady enough that we wouldn't come on to play, though we might not yet go off. This should also be 2. Well, if there's a slower man between the wickets in Malta than Darshit Panatkar, I don't think we've seen him yet, but they have come back for a couple.
I was just having a thought there whether the man who fielded that, Niraj Khanna, would be coming on to bowl the last, or whether it would be Fayam Mughal, because, well, Fayam may struggle. He bowls medium pace. He can be pretty sharp, but with the ball wet, footing is wet, maybe a spinner's the better option.
Could get a wide or 2 out of him, couldn't we? 17 to win of the last over for the University to pull off an upset. Well, Patanka's got that one away. Very slow outfield now in all the wet. And, well, they're coming back for 2. Chauhan didn't want it. I've no reason why. A single will make this very difficult. The 2 are hard enough. 15 from 5. Need a couple of boundaries here from Darshit Panatkar. And he's tried to hit one, and Mughal has put in a quicker ball. If Fanyan Mughal can do that once more at some point in this over, Marsa will be through to the semi-finals. That's very high. It's not going all the way, is it? And it's caught on the boundary. Such a difficult catch under the circumstances. Captain Haroon Mughal, in the sand trap, has held on to a catch that will surely clinch his side's qualification for the knockout round tomorrow.
Very good catch. His footing was going. Then he holds the pose there. Did a little bit of some bolt there, didn't he? That celebration. The cameras took the pictures. That's a well-held catch under these circumstances. And, well, I think with that catch and there being that ball just being the dot ball, that's it. I mean, as long as there's no serious no balls or anything like that happening from Fayam Mughal now, they're in the semis.
Well, they are now, anyway. Nishit Bhatt is the new batsman, but he's at the non-striker's end. And we're just going through the motions now. It wasn't a very difficult chase by any means, but the University are going to fall well short now. 15 needed off the last 2. Should just be the one to Anand. And, well, Nishit Bhatt, he's batted once before, 3 not out. And he has an opportunity just to have a consolation hit from the final delivery. He's missed it. That's it. It's all over, and Marsa are through to the semi-finals after University have, in all frankness, made a bit of a hash of a chase of 54 to win. They finished with 40 for 3. So a nice chunk of a margin for Marsa. In spite of the paucities of their bowling attack, they were clinical in finishing that off in difficult bowling conditions with slippery footholds and a wet ball. First over was taken by Nosher Akhtar. And, slipping and sliding everywhere were Marsa in the field. Prajapati fell to that great tumbling catch by 61-year-old wicketkeeper John Grimmer, as agile as he must have been when he was 19. Sohaib Malik really the only chance then for the students, their best batsman. And although he got a couple of shots away, 1 for 6, 1 for 4, in the end he perished to this juggling catch from Noel Cosler running in from the boundary. And after then, well, it was just a question of Marsa managing not to bowl too many wides or no balls. Even with the wet ball, they succeeded in that regard, with Fanyan Mughal closing the innings off safely with that superb catch by his brother at extra cover to dismiss Patankar. That swish was how it ended, and Marsa delighted to have had a couple of scares. They are now safely through. Just 5 overs aside in this game. The batting card, well, not a tale of woe, but they just didn't have the firepower. Ultimately, the University, they have a chance to beat Marsa in today's final game if the rain stays off, but it won't make the blindest bit of difference to their final position in the league table. University are out, and Marsa are through to the semis tomorrow. Every bowler played his part. Only 3 wides between them. And there you see a summary of the match. A 5-over game we just snuck in between the showers here. Now the rain really is coming down. And the obvious question is, of course, where does that leave the league table? And you'll see now we have 3 semi-finalists locked in, with the Atlas Knights on 16, the Crusaders on 12, guaranteed to finish in those positions. And Marsa now on 9 points. Well, they can be caught, but only by the Mcida Warriors. So Marsa are through, and what remains to be seen is the result between Atlas Knights and the Mcida Warriors in the next game. Now, this is how it unfolds. Mcida Warriors have got a point to level with the overseas. If the Knights beat the Warriors by a margin of about, I think, 25 or so runs, then the Warriors will stay on 8 points alongside overseas, and their run rate will fall lower than overseas, and overseas will go through. If, however, and this seems eminently likely, if the Warriors win against the Knights, if the match is rained off, and you can see for yourself the weather, or if the Warriors lose by a margin of less than 25 runs or so, then the Warriors will accompany Marsa as the teams to qualify to the semi-finals from today, and the overseas will be out. I would say, looking at the overhead situation and the rain radar, well, you can bet your boots, I think, that we will at the very least have a reduced length of game between the Knights and the Warriors. If you're watching in support of the overseas, you need that game to take place, and you need the Warriors to lose by a handsome margin. I hope that makes it all clear. We're just about ready to go over to the presentation of the Man of the Match award. Everyone in the Marsa bowling attack contributed, and Zishan Khan, the opening batsman, top scorer by miles. Let's find out from Rico Full who is going to get that accolade.
Well, thank you very much, Kit. Well, what an exciting game. Once more, due to the weather interruptions, we've had a short format of this T10 encounter, the 5-over match between Marsa and the University. Well, finally, I'll have to say to you, Zishan Khan, finally Marsa have got the win they needed, or the points they needed to book your place in the semi-final. I mean, who you play, etc., that's still yet to be decided. There's still some games left here to sort out the standings for all the teams. Now, you're not 39 scored. That was massive for the team, especially with the early wickets going, especially with Noel not performing. How important was that not for you?
Well, my role in the team is, I like to try to start hitting from the beginning. We have one of the best team, I believe, and we can give a tough time to any of the teams. So my strategy was clear from the beginning. Just go for it, play your natural game. My target was 70 plus, our target actually. So he couldn't give me the hand in the first match, but it's fine. I mean, I was trying to hit as much as I can, and that was the importance. I mean, vitally we need 60 plus, but we have the best bowling strength. But unfortunately, in the last games, we couldn't get it on. So now they're coming back, and hopefully we can beat any other team easily with the bowling attack. But we have to avoid full tosses and I mean over pitch. That's it. Yeah.
I mean, I was going to say, think batting you've done very well. I think where perhaps the team has let itself down is maybe in the discipline when it comes to being in the field. You do have the bowlers. I think you've got the likes of Wasim Abbas, who I think is a fantastic bowler. You have Fayam Magul as well. But in the last few times, I think they've, like you said yourself, bowled too many poor deliveries, too many full tosses. And I think that has also mentally affected the team out there in the field. You started to get a bit niggly with each other. But you put that all behind you today, went out there, and like you said, you didn't get to the 70. The score you posted was 53, but it was enough because you played well as a team. Did you have to get together yesterday, the whole team, and talk about your mental frame of mind when you go out there in the field?
Yeah, so basically we are one of the strong team in Malta so far, but the thing is, losing 2 consecutive matches was not acceptable. Yes, there was a bit of discipline issues, but 138 and chasing it with one of the best bowling attacks and losing that game was a bit upsetting.
That was a game against Crusaders, of course.
Yeah, exactly. And then yesterday, 5 fours and 77 runs, so it was upsetting again. So yeah, I believe it's a player spirit, it's a rhythm spirit. So it came, unfortunately, it shouldn't be on the field, but then we had a meeting, and we discussed all the strategies for the next coming games. Hopefully, we will give, again, as I said, we will give them a pleasant surprise in the next matches. Yeah, I believe so. And as vitally, as we said earlier, like we need to avoid full tosses and over pitch, and we can win any other game.
You certainly can. And with, you got to mention young John Grimmer there behind the stumps, took a fantastic catch today. And I think he's very key, isn't he, in keeping that morale and that spirit of the team up.
Well, Johnny G is 60 plus, but I believe physically he's 25. He's really quick, absolutely one of the best wicket keeper in my opinion at this age, so he's brilliant. I mean, just because of his wicket keeping and he's pushing the players all the time, so that's a vital role in the team. Overall, we have a strong team, and I believe we're going to give a tough game to the next teams.
Yes, very well said. Anyway, that's a fantastic performance from you. 39 not out. In fact, you scored the same score that the whole team managed in their 5 overs and that we're trying to get to the 53. That's excellent from you. Well done. Wishing you and your team all the best in the semis.
Thanks.
Well, there you have it, folks. So Marsa do book their place in the semi-finals. Remember, still some important games here. The next one, well, we're scheduled for 12:30, of course. As you can see, probably in your pictures, the rain has come back again. So that's probably likely to be a later start. There'll probably be a pitch inspection. But we shall keep you informed of what's going to happen next here. But remember, it's going to be an all-important match, which, well, Masida will want to win it. Well, welcome back everybody to a rather wet and soggy Marsa ground. The weather certainly has not been kind to us today. You can see from your pictures from the flags there, the European Cricket Network flags give you an indication of the strong winds and the rain. The cricket pitch at the moment is rather resembling a go-kart track rather than something that you would be playing a gentleman's game on. Very wet, very windy, and well, looking around us, we are trying to see some brighter weather, but it doesn't look too hopeful at the moment. Therefore, we are going to delay proceedings. There'll be another inspection at 1:15, and of course that is assuming that it does stop raining. बड़ी ठंड होगी, मी बड़ा पेंदा, सारे पिच गए हैं, क्रिकेट थोड़ी डिले हो गई है हुन जे मी हट गया तो फिर इंस्पेक्शन 1 बजे करूँगी, 1:15 बाद अंपायर जाऊँगे बाहर. So that's where we are now. So the umpires and the tournament referee around about 1:15. If this rain does stop, of course, if it continues to rain as it is, there's no point in doing so. So next update from the umpires will be once the rain stops to go out. That's scheduled for 1:15. So to remind you, the next one that is scheduled to take place is between the team at the top, unbeaten, the Atlas Knights, played 9-1-7, haven't lost a game yet. They're on 16 points, so they are definitely in the semi-finals, and they will finish on top of the group. And well, what we're waiting to see is who they will play. Now, if you have gone onto EuropeanCricket.com, you will see that the standings for this series are on there, and you'll notice that Marsa, they've done themselves a big favour by winning that short 5-over match. They are now on 9 points, but you have two teams, the 4th place team, Masida Warriors, and overseas, they are on 8 points. Now that the layout there between 4th and 5th could change round. Masida Warriors, if they do get on and play the game, they would need to avoid defeat by a big margin. If they can manage, well, they would be wanting to win, of course. If they win outright, then there's no issues for them, and they would actually leapfrog Marsa into 3rd place. Marsa, of course, though, will have that one more game to play as well, so that could change. But the main thing is Masida Warriors need to try and win, and that would definitely guarantee them a semi-final place. If they lose, and lose badly, that could allow overseas in, because of the net run rate would come into play. So a lot still to play for Masida Warriors. But of course they are up against the team right at the top, and dare I say, maybe if you're a Masida Warrior player or supporter, you maybe you are the ones that are praying for this rain, because if this game does get abandoned, they will pick up 1 point, and that 1 point will see them clear of overseas and then definitely into the semi-final. So right now, at this moment of time, though we can tell you how the table is looking, we cannot confirm how it is going to finish, and therefore we cannot confirm what the semi-final games tomorrow will be. Right now, with this rain lashing down, it's looking good for Amidsa, because they will be hoping that they'll get that 1 point. Of course, not what we want to see. We'd like to see them go out there, even if it is, as we saw that game between Marsa and the university. We'd like to see them go out there and play some cricket. At this moment in time, with this another inspection pending at in about 15 minutes time, it doesn't look very good. The rain is lashing down quite hard now. Wind has picked up. The scorer station that was to my left is no longer in existence. It's been blown away. And well, we are all now huddled up in the commentator's tent, and we're holding that down as well as this wind is blowing away. So yeah, from quite a wet and cold Rico Full and scorer Lydia from the European Cricket Network team also supporting me in stopping this tent from blowing away. We're hoping for a minor miracle here. We're hoping that the sun comes out, that this horrible stuff gets blown away. But for now, I'm going to sign off, and we shall give you an update a little bit later on as to what is happening between this next match. Hello everybody, welcome back. It's a very wet and soggy Rico Full talking to you now. Cold feet. If I close my eyes and visualize a nice hot soapy bath, I'd be in heaven right now, have to be fair to say. And also for the European Cricket Network team that is stood here besides me, we're all a little bit wet and damp, and you can see the reason why. It's still pouring down with rain. So of course the first thing that you need to know is that this game that was scheduled between the Atlas Knights and Masida Warriors has now been unfortunately abandoned. I'm sure you won't be surprised to learn the reason for that is that it is far too wet and dangerous for the teams to go out there and play. Obviously that means that there's some updates to give you on the standings. So Masida Warriors, as we were talking about earlier, needed the points to secure themselves a semi-final spot. Well, by gaining that 1 point, they will be ecstatic because it means that they have made it into the semi-finals. And, well, I suppose you have to say commiserations to the overseas who, well, they've done absolutely fantastically well. They've had a terrible start to the campaign. They lost their first 6 matches, but they really had an amazing turnaround in form, winning the last 4 games and giving themselves a fighting chance. But it was going to be between them and Masida Warriors. And Warriors, if they had won their last game, or if they had managed to make it a fighting game and lost without, well, losing it well, if you like, is another way to say it, where they didn't lose it big time, they would have, even though they still would have been on the same points as overseas, would have gone through on the net run rate. But as it is, with the 1 point they've got from this abandoned game, that doesn't come into play. So the standings as they are: Atlas Knights unbeaten at the top, Southern Crusaders second, and there's a big gap between the two of 5 points. Crusaders on 12, Atlas Knights on 17. Marsa came through today in that short 5-over match. They needed to confirm their place as well, and they did so by getting a win. So they are in third. And, well, at the moment, and I say this because though Masida Warriors are in 4th place, because they've got 9 points, well, Marsa, weather permitting, of course, the next scheduled game and the last game of the group stages is to be played at 5 p.m. No, sorry, what am I saying? 3 p.m. so 1500. That is the scheduled time of the match between Marsa and the University. And once more, though Marsa are in third at the moment, if they get beaten badly, then there is a possibility that the Warriors on net run rate could finish in third and Marsa finish fourth. So though we know who the semi-finalists are, what we can't say for sure, 100% for sure right now, is who will be playing who tomorrow, and those semi-finals are starting. The first one will be at 8:30 in the morning, and the second at 10:30. Remember, these are Central European times, and the final, the big one, will be at 1500. So unfortunately, the weather once more has played its part in this fixture, but I suppose fortunately it has given the point to Masida Warriors for them to progress into the semis. As you can see now from your screens, the rain is just easing off, so there is a little bit of hope the wind itself as well, and there seems to be a brighter, I wouldn't say clearer, but definitely brighter weather, perhaps blowing this way. So fingers crossed that in a short while or so, once the rain stops, the covers can come off, and the go-kart track, that's certainly what it looks like at the moment, will be replaced by a pitch, a cricket pitch, and no doubt that Omar will be called upon again to come out with his blower and start drying things up, as well as all of the team here at the Marsa Club to come and do the best they can to get this last game in today. Anyway, for now, we go full. We're going to sign off and hopefully be back with more positive news, and more importantly, try to get some kind of match played here today, weather permitting, of course. We shall be back shortly to give you further updates.
Well, welcome back to a rather wet and windswept Marsa Sports Club here in Valletta, where the bad news is that the match referee Rob Kemming and his umpires and ground staff have inspected the outfield and established that, come what may, it just won't be possible to get our final qualification group game underway by the cut-off time. And so the news is, I'm afraid to say, that Marsa and the American University of Malta have an abandonment. It doesn't make too much of a difference, that 1 point each, because Marsa are already confirmed as going through to the semi-finals, and the students were dumped out of the competition a couple of days ago. Where that leaves us then with a good forecast, weather-wise, between now and tomorrow morning here in Malta, is that the semi-final places have all been decided, and here is the schedule. The first semi-final, the team that came top, the Atlas UTC Knights, and the team that finished in fourth in the group stage, they will take the field at 8:30 Central European time, and that's 1 o'clock if you're watching among our Indian fan base. The second semi-final, second placed Crusaders against third placed Marsa, that's at 10:30 Central European time, 3 o'clock in India. And then, of course, the winners of those two semi-finals will face off in the final, and very nicely timed for a little Friday entertainment after work in the subcontinent. 6 p.m. if you're in India, and 1:30 in the afternoon here in Central Europe. Well, as we build up towards the conclusion to our first ever televised cricket series here in Malta, with all these amateur club teams having slugged it out to the best of their possible abilities for the last fortnight, we can say, why don't you just trot over to our European Cricket Network website, ecn.cricket, where we have highlights, stats, videos, interviews, and of course previews of tomorrow's action, as well as a reflective look back on the tournament in the group stage so far. For the time being, though, from me, Kit Harris, and my colleague Rico Full, and the whole European Cricket Network team here in Valletta, I'll say goodbye, and we'll be back with you tomorrow morning at 8:30, and we'll look forward to your company then.